Discovery, go at throttle up.
Happy Monday, everybody. How you doing? Hey, Grim, 38-month resub. What's going on, guys? How's everybody doing? Hey, to the OS. What's up, YouTube? Twitch? What's going on, everybody? How are you? Oh, boy. Man. You guys know Ship 40's still alive, right? Ship 40's still floating. Just saying. You guys know it's still floating, right? Everybody know that? It's still floating. We got a floater! You saw this morning that Rocket Lab's going to open a launch site in Alaska. Yeah, I guess we got some space news. So it means they decided to save it, right? I mean... I don't know why they'd still have it floating like 3 days after. I can't think of any other reason, can you? So, let's think about this for a second. All right. Logic deduction. Okay? Or deductive logic. It's early, all right? Give me a break. Okay, why are they out there? Why is it still floating? They would have saved the vehicle and gotten rid of it. But see, here's the thing. We don't know what the timelines are for the other ships. We don't know how long Ship 30, Ship 29, all the other starships that came down out there, you know, Ship 39. We don't know how long they were out there. We don't know what the recovery cycle was like. We have no idea. So this could be normal operations. You know, as far as we know. Could be normal operations. They could be picking parts off that they want. You don't know for sure. If I had to guess, I mean, there's, you know, the other flights, recover the buoys, and then shoot a couple holes in it, sink it, make sure it's sunk, and then leave, right? Coincidence. The West Coast is Australia's main submarine basis. I think not. My only guess is that if they're going to keep it up and afloat this long, they either want to get more parts off of it or they're going and getting the rigging equipment. It's going to take a couple days, probably a week, to get a ship out there with the rigging equipment that you need. Just a guess. I don't think the Australis, which is the ship that's out there, I'm not sure it has the rigging equipment on board to pull it. We don't know for sure. I remember the Starship Recovery crew saying they had around a 20-day mission length.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
On one of the episodes. I guess we know why it's that long. Hey, Hannah. Is there a cargo plane big enough to carry Ship 40? No. No, I don't think so. They're probably taking super up close pictures. Yeah, it's possible. Honestly, the sea's probably going to batter the hell out of that thing. Hey, Hangman, thanks for the raid. The longer you wait now, the more the sea is just going to mess that thing up. Saltwater will have its number. Saltwater and salty air and the ocean will have will do a number on the damn thing. You're going to need to get teams out that are going to need to be able to get close to it. Hook up. I would assume they're going to pull it by the catch points. What makes it neutrally buoyant? Tanks are pressurized. As long as the tanks hold pressure, it'll float. Now, the payload bay is what I'd be worried about. I'd be worried about it ripping the front off. We saw cracks when the thing tipped over. We saw cracks in the stainless. You might be able to get it back, guys. We should go. They should try. Personally, I think they should try. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, dude. I don't know about the timing, but I know that Ship 31, which was the most intact ship other than 40, was sunk a lot closer to the landing zone compared to how far Ship 40 is drifted. Yeah, guys, the onboard avionics on Ship 40 stayed on. They stayed on for a long time, as suspected. You know, a couple of days, right? A couple of days. You know, I suspected the batteries should be able to stay on for a little while, and they were on for a long time. The SpaceX website was still updating with pings to the ship. In fact, let's check to see if it is or isn't. Give me one moment. Where's the map? Where's that dang old map? I don't know. Do we know the location of the Blue Marlin? There are dry dock ships that are in the vicinity. Just catch the next one easy. Oh. Also, NSF reached out to the FAA. Flight 13, the FAA has confirmed no mishap investigation will be required. That bodes well for a launch. Yep. I don't want to scroll through that on stream. Let's not do that. So it's still out there. Don't know what it's doing, but it's still out there. Just looking around to see if I can see anything. Yeah, guys, the only thing I can guess is that they're waiting on it. They're waiting to get the rigging that it needs to pull it. But I don't know. The sea might have its way with it before that happens. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I'll keep you updating. Anyway. I know what it's doing. It's doing its thing. Right. So. Okay. The ship is floating really high. Low chance of it being swamped. There's this thing. Buoyancy. And if you feel things with water, it becomes less buoyant. No? Guess not? I mean, we had it confirmed for us that the payload bay was taking on water, dude. If the ship was like this, you know, with a low draft, right, and then water got in the payload bay, it could be like this. Could be engines up to the sky. You know? You don't know. I mean, there's no way to tell. We'll see what happens. I'm sure somebody out there will see it eventually. My guess is that if they are going to try and go for it, we're going to need to get a ship out there sooner rather than later. But we'll see. Payload bay is sealed beside the door, and the pressure in the payload bay is acting to keep out the water. It's not what I heard. Dude, I had a guy that works for SpaceX come in here the other day and say the exact opposite of that. And just food for thought. This might mean we get to see a morning launch again. Yeah, maybe. Can they use tugboats and push her back to land? Well, you're gonna need a spreader bar. You're gonna need a rope. Yeah, Shasper, we'll see. If they're gonna do it, would they flip it? I wouldn't. I wouldn't try to flip that thing over. I mean, really depends, guys. You have to have the right kind of rigging to tow something like that. You'd have to tow it to a dry dock or something. You'd tow it to a dry dock or get like the Blue Marlin or something. But even then, getting the Blue Marlin will make the ship basically cave in on itself once you pull it out of the water. Like, you'd somehow need to get that thing vertical. Like I thought about the concept of operations there for a little bit. It's that's gonna be tough, dude. It's gonna be tough to get it. We'll see. We'll see if they do it. If anybody can do it. You'd have to get it to a dock. I'd want it in some kind of dry dock, dude, so it doesn't move around, and then get a crane with a spreader bar, pick up the catch points. I mean, that's going to damage the thermal protection system, but whatever. And then bring it vertical and set it vertically. But I don't know, man. I don't know if Australia has the infrastructure out there. They might. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I when I say that, I mean that. I have no idea. The SAR pic makes it look like the payload bay hasn't filled up. Which picture did you see? One from NSF. You're using this as your datum here? I mean, something is floating. Now you show the FAA thing, but how the heck is 20 miles off target not warrant of a mishap investigation? Because it was in the... No, once again, it's not about precise landing. It's about threat to the public. If there's no public threat, then it's not a big deal. Independent investigation, send the next one. Y'all got any more than pixels? That's 20 miles off target because the engine failed. The boost back burn shut down prematurely. Yeah, Das got a insanely good shot of this thing. Look. Or it won't show it, you know. Hey, nice satellite imagery there. What's up, Ryan? How are you? Guess it doesn't want to show it. All good. Yeah, this was posted by that Ryan Katoon guy. Oh, man, look at that dapper haircut. What's going on, dude? Oh, boy. So, yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see if they get ship 40. We don't know for sure. What do I mean, cave it in? Guys, honestly, I think the payload bay... If the payload bay was taking on water... I think the front will fall off, personally. Still not used to that haircut? He looks good, man. Yeah, I literally guessed the ship coordinates and somehow ended up being in the middle of Harry's satellite or insane, dude. You did good, man. You did good. We'll see, dude. We'll see. We'll see, man. Oh, there it is. Hey, that's not bad at all. Look at that, dude. Ryan enhanced this picture right here. Look at this. Oh. Hey, that didn't hit the ground or hit the water as fast as the onboards really kind of gave it credit.
Oh, this is space.
Nope.
I'm in space.
That's half speed. Never mind. Nope, that's half speed. No, it hit the ground pretty fast. I read the sub post, Ryan. Oh, no. Nope, never mind. That was at half speed. Oh, Geesa gives you a sub. Cool. But anyway, you guys want to... Ryan is posting this stuff that's over on X, and go Venice have some follows over there, dudes. They do good work, like what you just saw. Ryan's busting his butt 24/7. But that just, I figure we'll just do this real quick. You guys got to see this. Hold on. If you haven't already. We'll do a more in-depth breakdown during Space News. But, man, some of the footage that SpaceX posted post-launch. Here, try this one on for size. Louder? All right. Just in case anybody's wondering where that catch pin is from Critical Path, that pin that got stuck, that hosed the launch in the Critical Path video, there it is. There's the gusset for it. Just in case anybody cares. That one center engine was doing weird things off and on the whole climb. I think that footage that we saw from Jerry Pike was just, not FOD ingestion. I think something came off the bottom of the rocket and got sucked into the plume. I don't think those center engines had as many problems as we think. Man, that footage is sick. There's other footage. Hold on. This one might get loud. Just real quick. Helio, the object that came from the plume can be seen at 51 into flight. Yeah, I don't think that's the motor, because the motor kept running, Helio. I think that's a piece of the Pyron TPS delaminating. That's the black stuff that they paint the bottom of Super Heavy with. Or a tile. Yeah, could be that too. Whoa. Has there been any good footage of staging released? You could say that. This isn't exactly staging, but try this one on for size. That one's pretty good. That one's pretty good. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's a pretty good shot. I really like what's going on in this whole thing right here. Yeah, guys. Yeah, Linecrafton. I'm gonna go ahead and say that the 33 engine boost back burn probably was the reason why the rim of ship 40 got all messed up during reentry and why we saw ablation down there. I'm pretty sure it happens right in this area right there, right like this part right there. I mean, you are getting some plume interaction here between the 6 engines on Starship. That's what this flow phenomenon is up here. But also, that's 33 engines versus 6. Like, it's gonna make a little bit more wind. You know? What is that blue thing? What blue thing? This blue thing right here? Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about that. It's a dome. That's the moon over there, by the way. Some swamp gas reflected off of Venus. That's the blue origin. Yeah. Bro. It's taken from a Starlink satellite. Is it? You sure about that? Are you sure? You sure about that? You sure about that? Anyway, man, I can't believe that flight happened, guys. It was probably better that it was on a Friday because my voice was gone. It was gone. Your boy did a little too much screaming. Your boy did a little too much screaming. Is this AI generated? Ignis, frankly, I don't know if you're actually asking or if that's the joke thing. No, this is real footage from Ship 40 the other day. Yeah, it's as somebody that's seen boost back and separation like this happen, like with my own eyes, like, you know, behind the booster here, there's Texas, and I've seen them stage. I've seen the booster flip around with my own eyes. Like, if it's clear skies, you can see this thing. It's big enough, right? I can tell you that this actually happened. This is for real. This is the real deal. Those tiles were already missing. Well, then it was probably hot staging, don't you think? So what's going on here is the booster's here and the ship's right in front of it, and the ship fires its engines, right? And then the booster flips around and starts turning around because this thing wants to go back to the launch site, and the ship obviously wants to go up into space. So this is like right after the flip, and you see the ship flying away, which is... Do you think they can remove the booster from the pad quick enough to catch a ship on the same flight? Yes. If the ship can stay up there for a couple of days, you'll be fine. Hey, Rugine. Still can't get over the milestone of it landing intact. Yeah, the big news, guys, is that Ship 40 came down in one piece. I'm still flabbergasted that thing didn't explode. Like, if you watch here, this is during the landing, right? This is from the flight. I mean, and what I want to do is do a full Flight 13 breakdown for Space News today. But don't worry, there's other Space News too. So the ship is using the flaps to kind of stay parallel to the ground. And then it's going to use the flaps to flip over and fire its engines and land. It looks a little weird. Hey, Brandon, what's up? Even if the payload bay was taking water and we know it's airtight, it would only fill to a point where the air can't escape to allow the water to continue to fill due to pressure. Yeah, yeah, that's fair, but also hydraulic pressure doesn't, air compressible hydraulic, not. Zangu 96, let him cook. Watch this. So, guys, if you watch other Starship flights, this thing usually tips over and the front blows up. This one came down in one piece, dude. And then I thought that the header tanks started leaking, but no, that's the purge line to get the header tanks down from flight pressure. It lit on fire for some reason. Turns out something that came through re-entry is kind of hot, but
Discovery.
I'm assuming you've
throttle
seen
up.
it still floating. Yes. But yeah, the thing came down in one piece and it's floating. We'll talk more about that later. But it's why does it look like it impacted the water less than 90 degrees? The engine's burned all the way into the water, Hangman. Yeah. Hey, James, 2-month resub. And then Brendan had an 11 as well. X-Wing, I just want to know how many of the tile team are on flights to Australia. Yeah, I don't know. So the metal around the vents were at least at flashpoint for methane. Yeah. Once again, I will do a much bigger breakdown of all this footage for Space News. Dude, I'm still speechless. It's like speechless is the right way to put it, man. I can't believe that. I can't believe this thing came down in one piece and it's still floating. I also may or may not during that stream, out of all the hype, kind of yelled at people that work at SpaceX and said, "No, go get it back." Like, I went back and looked at the VOD a little bit and they were like, we can't get it back. We don't have the rigging equipment. I'm like, I don't give a frick. Go and get it. Like, oops. I hope they come back. Whoops. I tried to play it off like Billy Madison though. Go, whoa, 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 whoa. SpaceX, Elon. The part of the story I don't like is where SpaceX gave up on recovering the ship after an hour. They didn't put posters up or anything. They just sat on the recovery ship like a goon and waited. Those SpaceX engineers got to think. You got a ship intact. You got a responsibility. If your ship lands intact, you don't look for an hour and call it quits. You get your butt out there and you recover that freaking ship. I think it's time to play dodgeball or KSP. So check this out. Here, you want to see something cool? Look at those. Those are prototypes for crane parts that we want to make. I don't know whether they took what I said at face value, laughed at me and said this guy's a psycho, or said, you know what, he's got a good idea, we should go get it. Remains to be seen. But didn't they send a diver out there to climb on the ship? Well, that's kind of the point that I'm getting at. I don't think there was any divers or recovery teams out there. There's just the guys that are going to get the buoys, right? And I have heard whispers, I can't confirm this, but I've heard whispers that there were plans to recover the ship in the early days, but they abandoned them because they kept blowing up when they landed. So they weren't expecting, dude, SpaceX was not expecting the ship to land intact. They were not expecting that to happen. It was just, it's not a thing. They were not expecting it, but it did. You know what? He's a psycho, but he's right. Yeah, I mean, Tim is on board. Pretty much everybody's on board, dude. Tim said, on my Flight 13 live stream, I continually dismiss the idea of Ship 40 being recovered. I'm starting to doubt that now that it's likely intact on the surface since Go Australia is still nearby. If they towed this thing back to Australia, it would be crazy. Dude, fellas, call me crazy. You already do it. Call me crazy. I think they're gonna try. I think they're gonna try. Whether they actually get it, like, don't get me wrong. You know me, I'm the optimist. You know, if that thing is, if I was SpaceX and that thing landed and it was in one piece, I'd be on the phone. I'd be like, yo, get me the priest, you know? And no, I'd be like, find the biggest recovery ship we can find and pay them a blank check to go and get this damn thing. That's how valuable that ship is. An intact ship, even one that's been mangled by the ocean, super useful. You get all kinds of great data that could save you. Like, don't get me wrong. I know what people are going to say. You're going to launch another one in a couple of weeks. Like, just get that one back and go from there, right? Two things. Yes, sure. But also, getting one back now could give you a leg up and make you and let you understand things about reentry, which is not, reentry is hard to do. Anything that comes back from space is like priceless. The shuttles, capsules, it's priceless because reentry is not something that's very well simulated. We can't really simulate for it. The best way to simulate for it is to, you know, have a good idea what to do and then fly the damn thing, right? Any ship that comes back, anything that comes back from orbit like this is a huge deal. That's a big deal. That thing is worth its weight in gold. In fact, it's probably worth its weight in platinum, gold, silver, bronze, copper. Yeah, dude, that is invaluable. Not necessarily because it's like worth a lot of money, right? I mean, it is an expensive piece of kit, that's for sure. But that data on something, on bringing something that freaking big back from space is ridiculous. That dude, it's invaluable. Like, to the point where it's worth it, even though you're gonna launch and maybe catch a ship in another couple of days or another couple of weeks. It's worth it. You should get it back. If they take it back to Australia, what's step 2? Honestly, B-Dean, if I... Let me think about that for a second. I would go get the Navy. I would call the Navy. SpongeBob, call the Navy! Oh, the Navy, they're not picking up. We can't get the Navy. Oh, no! Bob, very sub-anniversary, old boy. 33-month resub. Get it. They got it. No, get it. Surely they'll do it. Surely they'll do it so now. I helped, maybe. Yes, old boy. Thank you very much, good sir. Hip. Like, honestly, I'd say get the U.S. Navy. Get the U.S. Navy out there. Put it in, tie it to a well deck. Get it up on an aircraft carrier or an amphibious assault ship. Something. You know, like, get something that can sail across the sea. I personally still think Blue Marlin would be the best bet. Like, Pip Bean. They're busy. Navy is busy. 7th Fleet ain't busy. Well, 7th Fleet's always busy. 5th Fleet is busy right now. But that means they're close. Show us which ship can tow it. Okay. Zyzep, the Blue Marlin doesn't tow it, dude. Check this out. You want to see a triumph of engineering? I typed in Blue Marlin and it showed the stupid fish. I mean, the fish is cool, but... So the Blue Marlin is a semi-submersible floating dry dock. All right, here, take a look. Yeah, I mean, slightly Rule 8, but that's the Blue Marlin towing the coal 26 years ago, or 25 years ago, I should say. So what this thing can do, it can basically sink itself. Partially. It can partially sink itself. And it gets underneath something, right? And it can lift it up. It has pumps inside of it that can, you know, sink. It allow the ship to sink, and then it can pump all the water out and fill it with air, and then you're good to go. This thing is a monster. I mean, that's an Arleigh Burke. The USS Cole is an Arleigh Burke class. I mean, Arleigh Burkes are small for the U.S. Navy, but that's not a small vessel. Like, they're big. I mean, if it can move around an Arleigh Burke, I think that's a Flight 1. The Cole is Flight 1, I think. I don't know, Navy architect people, you know what I mean. I think it's it's an older one, but that thing could pick up Starship no problem. I mean, heck, you could pick up a Super Heavy with this thing. Super Heavy could fit in here. I mean, you could get away with a barge. You could do a bunch of stuff. I mean, it would not be even close to the heaviest thing that the Blue Marlin has moved around. I'm asking a guy who worked for the Navy if it could be recovered. Yeah, you'd need what's called heavy sea lift. So I'd be calling Military Sea Lift Command, and I think that's a thing. Maybe not. Maybe I'm pulling stuff out of my tail. I don't know. What the heck is that? Submersible dry dock, Pasquale. And it's pulling a tracking station. It's a tracking station. They're out there floating in the middle of the Pacific, guys. They're tracking stations. Who owns them? I don't know. Someone. They take oil rigs and they just put a tracking station on the top instead. Are you talking about a floating dock? Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's what I would want. You don't need the Blue Marlin. The Blue Marlin's just the biggest, coolest example of it. You just need something big enough. I'm sure Australia has something. I'm sure. Like, there is some heavy industry down there. What even is that? It's an oil rig? It's a tracking station. It tracks things. What do you think it does? Anyway, what are those stations tracking? Stuff. But I would take weeks for that. No. Yeah, Isfil. I mean, guys, personally, it would take weeks for it, but yet the ship, Australia's in SpaceX's recovery crews are just floating with the ship. They're staying with it, right? The biggest closest industry would be the iron ore gas industry at Port Hedland. All right, let's take a look and see what Port Hedland has. I mean, we could, like I said, we'll do a bigger breakdown here, but I'll segue into it in a second. But Port Hedland's going to need some big old cranes. So right now, Ship 40 is like, it's right in here somewhere. It landed over here, and it's just the currents are taking it up here because that's the way the currents go around here. So Port Hedland. I mean, Dons, I always assume there's some big old mining ports out here, like deep water ports for mining equipment and stuff. Yeah. That's not big enough. That's big enough. Holy shnikes, dude. Look at all the bulk carriers. Dons, what did you say this is for? Damn. Iron ore, maybe. I mean, it looks like Mars, so I'm going to say iron ore. It looks like you got some gypsum right there. Iron ore, gas, clean energy infrastructure. Word. Oh, that looks fun. Lithium. Perhaps. So, like, there's another thing to think about, guys. Even if you get the ship here, what do you do? What do you do? You'd need something with a big old crane. So Hedland is the closest. And it would be good to, you know, get there to get it back. What about Derby? What's up here? Yeah, no. Who lives out here? And what do they do? Dons, just out of curiosity. It's all industrial, right? It's all industrial towns. Mm. That's the Exmouth area. Fish and tourism. Interesting. Now where the hell's Perth? Here we go. Yeah, you'd need to go here. You'd need to bring it here, because you need a crane. You'd need a crane to put it on something to pull it somewhere. That's a deep water port right there. The inner harbor at Perth. You wouldn't want to go back here. That's no good. Oh, what's down here? Yep. Yep, that's what I thought. Is that a ship turntable? Question? This is really amazing. That's super cool, actually. Yeah, this is a dry dock right here. This is a submersible. This goes in, ship sails in, they bring it up, and they roll it like a train onto a frigging ship turntable. That is a ship turntable. That's what that is. You know, that's really cool, actually. I kind of want one. What game will you build the ship turntable in? I don't know. But see, something like this, that'd work. That'd work. That's a submersible barge. It's the same thing as the Blue Marlin. It's just you'd have to tow it. The Black Marlin is in Melbourne. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, we just put the money together. We'll buy a ship turntable. Yeah, see, you need something like that. And honestly, I would, if this is what is it, HMAS? Yeah, that's where I'd tow that thing to. I don't want people seeing it. Why doesn't Ship 40 just tow the ship by the lifting points? That seems like the easy solution. I don't think they have the rigging to do it, SVO. Seriously, I don't think they have the tow rig. Without the tow rig, what are you going to do? You're just going to sit there and wait until you get the tow rig. That's my guess, dude. I think they're waiting for the rigging equipment to pull. Just some rope. Well, you don't want to risk damaging the thermal protection system, right? And remember, you're pulling it from the top. We know that water is ingressing in the payload bay, so it might not be that easy. You'd need another hard point. If it was me, honestly, guys, tow it from the hot staging ring. Yes, tow it from the hot staging ring. Like, hot staging ring attached to the catch points, and then go from there. I would tow the damn thing backwards. Wasn't there a crack above the lift points? I saw what looked like a crack during that footage, dude, so yeah, we'll see. You hug it and then bring it home, that's right. How much do you think it would cost to recover the ship? Visualize probably a couple billion in maritime recovery operations, if I had to guess. I'd say, well, actually, we learned from a naval architect that watches the stream, my buddy Chief, that this stuff is not as expensive as spaceflight. It's still expensive. I'd say all in probably about $1 billion. But guys, to be honest, at this point in time, an intact ship coming back from re-entry is worth, I'd say that's worth that much money. Sure. That's worth that much money just getting your Raptor engines back. Think about it, dude. How many engines have flown to space and come back? The RS-25? B-3 on New Shepard? What else? Virgin Galactic's kind of hybrid rocket engine. Anything else? It's come back from, like, not something that just, you know, like touch of space for a second. I mean, technically, New Shepard and Virgin Galactic are kind of that, but something that's going that fast, basically making it to orbit. Merlin, yeah, the Merlin 1, if we want to be technical. Astronauts, be quiet. B4, yeah. I want to see a nice shipyard. I want to build crane parts bio. We can check out shipyards later. The F1s that Jeff lifted from the ocean. Yeah, there you go. Only the SSMEs are the ones that have come back from orbital velocity. So the point that I'm trying to illustrate here is that that doesn't happen all the time. Getting those engines back, right, and assessing their condition, tile condition, how the ship held up during reentry, what steel got tempered and what, or detempered and what didn't, right? Where did you get your cap? This one? Places. I got it from Lieber. Got it from a guy who got it from Lieber. Shuttle maneuvering engines. Yeah, that one too. You're gonna guess goalie. Nope. That's not right. I know more than one crane operator. Just saying. So, I got this from a buddy that went to the Con Expo in Las Vegas. I bet you can imagine why that person was there. What crane are we building? Well, I want to build this. For the hat, obviously. Yeah. So let's load up Kerbal and I'll show you where we're at. Do we know why this starship didn't explode like the others? Less fuel in the header tanks from doing the deorbit burn. Wolf would be my guess. That's my biggest one. Wait, why? What do you mean? What do you mean why? So it did not a lot of the other ones did a deorbit burn, right? And the ones that did do a deorbit burn had some pretty serious burn through, right? This one did the deorbit burn, came down, did the landing burn, 2 engines to 3 engines, back down to 2 to 1. There was not a lot of fuel left, and it looks like they dipped the engines. The Raptors were firing when it went into the water, guys, which is, I don't know. It seems like the other ships kind of stopped and then fell into the water and then fell over, right? This one kind of went into the water and then tipped over. That, coupled with no fuel inside of those header tanks up at the front, made it more of a soft splashdown. Why'd they pull from the headers for the orbital deorbit burn? Anything post second stage engine cutoff, Sea Kraken, is coming from the header tanks. The engines on the X-37B came back from orbit. Yeah, there you go. There's not a lot, guys. The Raptor relay was a retrograde burn? Unlikely. I don't think it was a retrograde burn. From the deorbit pictures that I've seen, it looked like it was radial out. So it looked like if Starship is flying along like this, it maneuvered like that and burned up relative to the ground. That's a radial out burn. That's not going to adjust too much. Laces out, Dan. Made some refreshments, Dan. Would you like some refreshments, Dan? I'll be right back, Dan. What? Isotoners. God, just digging into my head. Wrong, Ace. Want me to read you your rights? Whatever happened to Ace? Good question. Suddenly Ace Ventura? Yeah, it's fine. Radio out will also increase re-entry speed. It depends on where, it depends on apogee and where the major axis is, Spoiled. We should go back and look at the ship's telemetry. You're a weird guy, Ace. Weird guy. But yeah, man, we'll see. I'll keep you guys updated if we get anything about that ship. Magistrate, momentary subject change. That should be the name of all my streams, dude. What's up? Have you heard anything from Kitten Space Agency? Yes, they're giving updates. They give updates on X periodically under an account called AHWOO. AHWOO. Here. That a good enough update? Too much smoke. But it does look good. It probably, maybe they have that much smoke for particle to just check the particle physics. So that's what they're up to. Yeah, they're adding parts. They have segmented SRBs in there. Check it out, dude. It's coming along. They put fuel lines in too. See? Yeah, user guy, I think that's it. Yep, they put the scatterers in too. See? Look at that. It's a whole world to explore. All right. Anyway, so where we last left off was here. Take a look. Let me get this thing out on the runway. I'll show you. So I tested making some reinforcement parts for the crane. And what we made was essentially just a pole. And what we kind of discovered here with the, I built a custom-made track mechanism here. See these big cylinders right here? I modeled them. I don't know why they don't highlight when you put your mouse over them, but whatever. And what we really kind of figured out was that, I mean, these parts, I basically made them consistent with the steel parts in the game, the parts that are like the I-beams and whatnot. And what we figured out is that, you know, if you're going to make heavy lifting parts, guys, you probably should make it all out of steel parts. Because, look, this thing works. it does work, and it works pretty well. But what happens is it still runs the risk of blowing up the fuselage parts. The parts of this that are made out of parts that have low impact tolerance. So, well, airplane parts. Turns out when you make a crane out of airplane parts, it doesn't like it. Yeah, we all do. Crack my bones. We all do. But if you make parts out of if you make the crane out of parts that have high impact tolerance, so I-beams and whatnot, it works just fine. But even then, this still did blow up some parts when we tried to, it blew up all the fuselage parts that kind of hold this thing together. So I decided we're going to make some crane parts. I'll make a custom gantry for this. We'll do it. I think that would be pretty cool to make. The reason why is because I like building integration buildings in Kerbal. That's kind of my thing. Because I like building my rockets outside. The reason why I like building my rockets outside of the VAB itself and launching them is because I like, a lot of my rockets are reusable. And I want to be able to reuse stuff. So, what better than building a crane? Crane would help you because for the longest time up until this point, I've built this stuff out of SRBs and fuselages and fairings and stuff. And the thing is that you have to get around the Kraken. The Kraken doesn't like it when you build crane parts that are designed to lift up heavy things out of airplane parts that are really delicate. That's the short story. So, that's what we're going to do. We're going to build a gantry crane. We're going to build a gantry crane and some crane parts. So, if you have breaking ground, the expansion for Kerbal, you can retrofit the hydraulic parts with the crane parts and actually make a crane to move stuff around. Yeah, X-Wing. Yeah. I'd be able to tell you the difference, but yeah. Have you seen the Mirage mod Ballistic Fox is working on? It brings Google Earth 3D terrain to Sol KSP. No, but that's cool. So, yeah, that's where I'm at, dudes. So what I did was I drew up some diagrams the last time we played KSP. And I drew up some diagrams for some parts that I thought would be useful for this. So this is just kind of a basic drawing. Long story short, I wanted to make a wheel with pins on the side. And then I wanted to make another clevis similar to the hinge clevis that I have. But I want to make it so the wheel goes into the clevis, and then on one side of the wheel you have an attachment point. And what the idea here is that you can take one of the rotors in the game. You can take one of the rotors in the game, like this one right here. You can attach the wheel to that, and if you right click on this wheel piece and then this piece and hit same vehicle interaction, but don't hit same vehicle interaction on the rotor, you can essentially have a super strong rolling wheel. Like you have, and this doesn't have suspension in it either. It's just same vessel interaction. So, you have 4 of those, and you can attach 4 of those to crane parts to a gantry piece that's also ridiculously strong, right? And we make that into the crane instead. KSB Gigabay when? So, I figure we'll start with this piece first. Or we could make the crane pieces. It doesn't really matter. Now, my gantry crane here, just by sheer coincidence, is 15 meters wide. This part, my hybrid tech part, is 15 meters across, and that just happens to be, for the most part, how wide I made this piece. Engineer 32-month resub. That's a Spucks
Go and throttle up.
refill. So I want to make some parts. Let's see what we can do. I am going to need some reference, not necessarily for this, but for the actual crane pieces, we're gonna need. Well, I'm gonna need a little bit of reference. Let's go start looking around at bridge cranes and stuff and collect as much reference as we possibly can. Let's start looking at the bridge cranes inside of the VAB, or at least any particular high bay. That's inside of the operations and checkout. We're going to be lifting some pretty chunky stuff here, so I'm thinking the VAB, the vehicle assembly building cranes, are probably more or less what we're looking for. Okay, it's just two beams that go across, and there's one lifting up an external tank to put into a high bay. It's pretty cool. Hey Andy, what's up? And we're also going to need to build rails for it too, so the wheels have something to pivot on, but yeah, Matthew, the Starship is as big as that orange thing right there. Recovering Ship 40 is going to be... It's going to be a challenge, but I would say that it's worth it, dude. Oh, that's perfect. That's a really good picture, because that shows me the structure of the crane. Don't forget to put the chair. You know what I'm thinking, Dan? Make an attachment point for the crew tank. Make an attachment piece up on the crane so you could put this piece on it, the lander can. You could take the lander can like this, right? And you could attach it like that to the bottom of the crane. Mutter, you got one? Yeah, that's good. Thank you. What I'm really looking for is the truck mechanism. This is what I want to see. It's basically what we're building. Just search VAB crane. Oh, that's perfect right there. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Something like that, J-Speed, yeah. White, yeah, I haven't talked to him in a little while. This means Diesel Creek got his crane up before yours. What are you gonna do, man? How much weight can these lift? 325 ton. Well, the VAB has three cranes. One of them goes left to right, and two of them go forward and back. The two that go between the high bays, that's these big cranes that are up at the top, they're 325. The one down low is a little bit less. I don't think I want to make something this ridiculously, ridiculously detailed. But these are great pictures. They're good reference. That's the giant winch for the part that goes left and right. So you have the whole mechanism that goes this way, and then you have on top of it, you can go left, right. This is the transfer aisle crane. This is the lower crane. I think this one's 200 tons, I think. Not sure off the top of my head. It'll probably say in the picture if I bothered reading. But I don't know how to read, so sorry. Oh, 175. There it is. Thank you. It was made by Advanced Crane Technologies. I don't know if you knew that. I just figured that out right now. All right, well, this truck mechanism is something that we're going to need to figure out, so... I'm wondering why there's a pivot right there. It looks like a train bogie, almost. I'm looking forward to more work on the auto car. Matt's good people, dude. I'd love to meet that guy someday, dude. All right. Let's load up Maya. Let's get started, shall we? I'm going to X out of KSP for now. We don't necessarily need that. Diesel Creek guys did a revive a little while back. It was like a 2-hour-long special where he revived that Cat D8. Oh, that dude, more of that. Just more of that. I know that's not, dude, believe me, as a content creator, you're not, that kind of content comes once in a blue moon, but also, please, more of that. Really, Fluffy? Oh, jeez. Anything else like DBF? Not on the horizon right now. I am going to go to Woodward in a couple of weeks, though, Norath, which is pretty cool. So these are the last parts that I made. They're pillars. All right, I had my measuring tool in here as well. All right, so what we want to do, I want to make this part right here, that thing, and the wheel piece for it as well. How wide do we want this piece to be? I'm really going to start with this. This is the piece that's going to require the most amount of testing because that one's going to take the most amount of load. Will they have internet? Well, it is a series of tubes. Speaking of cranes, this should be in the next derail update for re-railing. Oh, sick, dude. Too bad I never derail trains. Hey, Alexis, what's going on? They just removed the ship quick disconnect arm. At which pad? Oh, tell me that's pad 1. I don't have anything on the second tower tray. Oh, God, okay, it's this pad. Holy crap. Dude, I was going to say, if that's pad 2, we're not seeing a launch anytime soon. That's the old SQD. All right. That would have sucked. Cool. Neat. All right, I'll put that up there. It seems like the taller crane, the taller bridge crane in the VAB is more of a solid structure than the 175. Really like to see that crane up there. All right, well, we'll start with these. Okay, so I'm thinking, how big do we need to make this wheel? I should have Kerbal loaded up. I should have Kerbal up so we can take measurements on the original crane. Sorry to give heart attacks. It's all right, David. It's all good. So I'm just trying to think how big we want these wheels to be and how big we want the dowel to be. I'm thinking my original clevis is probably a good idea. In fact, we could probably use that part to an extent. Thoughts on the aesthetics? What is this? The hell? Is that an F-22 mixed with an F-117? I don't hate it. It's kind of cool looking. Neat. What would its role be, though? To look cool, obviously. Yeah, that's what it looks like, Max. Alright. Oh, damn, animal. All right. So let's start taking some measurements. What do we... I'm going to design this crane 15 meter wide just because that's the dimensions for my crane. And kind of go from there. Just trying to think, how big of a wheel do we want to move this thing? I mean, if my cross beams, let's say the cross beams are this big. This is 43 centimeter. No, 43 would be the diameter. So that's almost 1 meter. I don't think the wheels need to be 1 meter, guys. Honestly, I really don't think. Want to race building a crane? Yeah, you got a head start though. Let's just say 50 centimeter for the diameter on the wheel and call it a day. I think that's good enough. All right, I'll leave Kerbal open. All right, so let's get in here. Give me a cylinder. It's a cylinder. Oh, I don't need a 15 wide cylinder. So we're gonna create a cylindric thing here, and we're gonna make the radius 25 centimeter. We're gonna make the height 1 meter, and then we're gonna create it, put it right here. Focus all views. Now, what kind of error is it giving? Had a view frustrum. Just keep zooming in and see if we can find it. I don't know where the hell this camera is in 3D space. I might be able to find it though. It's 1000 off. How about we make it 10 off on the camera and reset the view? Hey, I just moved the camera around in 3D space so we could, you know, see what the hell we're doing. All right, so I'm gonna take this piece. Let's start messing with it. So let's rotate it 90 degrees. And what we want to do here is, well, we're going to need to make a wheel. So the crane wheels, from what I can tell, cranes have, there's no suspension in this design, but it does pivot. But I don't think we need to do something like that, personally. Like, I don't think so. But the crane wheels seem to be, from our render, they're like this. They have a taper, or they're beveled on the inside. I should be able to fudge that. We should be able to make a collider. So let's make this, right? Make that, and then we'll put the pegs on either side, and we'll see how she fares. So let's go here. All right, so this is our side view. Hey Hunter, I'm trying to make a super heavy in KSP. Does KSP simulate grid fins well, or will it just be unnecessary drag? Hunter, grid fins won't work very well in KSP. Just use the shuttle control surfaces. And if you need more control surface, just double them up. Just double them up next to each other, dude. That's all you got to do. That'll be fine. This is Maya, right? That's correct. So what I'm going to do to make this easier, I'm going to go here and I'm going to split this edge ring. In Maya, I know not everybody has access to Maya. I apologize. But in Maya, you can... there's a lot of really nice controls that you can use. If you like go to edge mode and you hit left control and right click, and you select an edge, it'll give you basically all the functions up here you can have in hotbar menus. So that's what I'm using. All right, so let's go in here like this. All right, so I want the hinge. There's the hinge piece. So this is another piece that I made for KSP. It is a Kraken Tech part. So let's go -90. We'll work on this. And I want to make it use that diameter right there for the wheel peg. We know that we made the wheel about 50 centimeter across. So what I'm going to do, okay, what would be the best way to get this done right? All right, let's block out the shape for the wheel. We're gonna go two edge ring and split. All right, move the wheel shape in, and what I like to do is work in nice round units here. It's not showing the grid here, but that's okay. All right. So I'm going to select the edge loop, which selects the ring all the way around. And then I want my widget controls. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 centimeter. I'm pretty sure. Let's go 10 centimeter. There we go. All right. So what I'm going to do now is go here, and I'm going to make sure that the hinge piece that I have is not selectable. I don't want to go messing with that, but I want to make sure we have the right diameter. So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to select faces, right? So these are the polygonal faces right here. We're going to get rid of them. All right. What I'm going to do here, guys, is a form of 3D modeling. Then here, I'm putting my degree to work for a change, because I'm a 3D artist by trade, just in case anybody doesn't know. All right. I'm going to use a method here called edge extrusion. The edge extrusion is going to give me the shape that I want, right? So I deleted part of the cylinder because obviously we don't want the wheel to be like a meter thick, right? So I measured out 10 centimeters, right? And we're modeling half the wheel. So the wheel's going to be 20 centimeters wide. It's going to be pretty big, but I'm pretty sure that's more or less in line. I want to make the parts a little bit bigger. It's going to be a little bit easier in KSP to do that. So now if I go here and I hit Control E, that's the hotkey for extrusion, and look. See? I'm extruding all the edges. Similar to like an extruder in a 3D printer. Similar idea. Now, I'm more or less making it the diameter, I don't know. Let's just go with a nice round number here. Does that program allow you to run stress tests on stuff? No. We'll put it into Kerbal. Kerbal is our stress test. All right, so now we have this edge ring. Let's just see, I'm not exactly sure. Let me go into wireframe mode. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it another edge extrusion command, right? It looks like we have a different polygonal face amount here, but that's okay. So what I'll do with this wheel, I don't know why there's no widgets there, or gizmos, right? What I'll do with this wheel is go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 I don't think is going to be enough for the clearances that I'm looking for. My grid is set to centimeter. It's a centimeter grid. Just in case anybody's wondering. In Maya, you can do that. You can actually get pretty precise with your engineering, so to speak here, right? And I'm just wondering, how thick is this thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It seems like this edge that I made here is just a random radius. I just picked something that I thought looked good. It probably matched the original hinge if I had to guess. I don't think we necessarily need to do that. But you know what? On the other hand, it might not be a bad idea, because then these parts that we make could be compatible with these parts, so people could make whatever with them. So I think what I'll do in this regard is make them very similar. We'll make them similar. But I don't need the axle for this thing to come out this far. That's good enough. Now this extruded shape right here, if we go out of wireframe mode, right? I'm making crane parts for Kerbal Wolfram, yeah. All right, so now I'm gonna extrude again, go into the scaling tool, right? And we'll make an edge piece for it, right? This is something that you don't necessarily need, but having a little tapered edge there does look nice. That's why I put this on here, so it didn't look ridiculous. And then take this piece and just... All right, so... yeah. This will work. All right, so I'm gonna get rid of the hinge. We'll make it the same diameter just in case anybody, you know, make it a parts pack, I guess. But then again, yeah, it'll be fine. We can always just go back and tweak the damn thing if we need to. So what I'm gonna do here is bring all these parts together, and if you notice, there's still a little circle there. The right way to do this would be to focus on that, bring these things as close to each other, and if we go here, you see that there's a bunch of vertices here. But we want to make sure we only select those vertices. So we'll go merge and set it to merge vertices all into one, so it makes the pie, right? It makes pie slices. See that? There we go. So the other thing is, I don't know if any of you guys noticed, this looks all bumpy and that doesn't. That's because of edge normal shading. So if we go here, we select this and we soften up those edges, they look like nice smooth pieces. See that? We can also go here, We could soften up the edge normals on the beveled piece, right? This is softening edge normals is just going to make parts look a little bit nicer, smoother for less geometry. It's kind of just faking how the polygons are getting shaded, right? You're going to do LODs. No. No LODs in Kerbal. There's no reason to do level of detail like that. Okay, so let's go up here, select this edge, right? And let's go 2 centimeter in from there. So that's like maybe that much, right? And then what I want to do, grab these vertices. We want to maybe a wild question, but do you have a plan for what parts you want to make? Yes. How many faces do we have here? Really would like a poly count on this thing. Do you plan on releasing this on CCAN? Maybe eventually, dude. Yeah. Display heads up, display poly count. Thank you. 120, no problem. Easy peasy. Now, I'm just thinking of how we're going to do that, the concave shape. How am I going to do that with colliders? All right, let's try this. Is this the wheel piece? Yes. 2 cones. Yeah. Debating doing that, guys. If we did that, that's easy to make colliders for. The crane wheels are U-shaped. If you're looking at them from the front, it's not like a train wheel. It's close, but it's not exact. And they do ride on train rails for what it's worth, so we're going to have to model those too. It's just getting the train rail shape might be a little... Ugh. You sure it looks more trapezoidal. If we do it how we have it right now, it'd be a lot easier for me, that's for sure. It'd be easier to make a rail. I wouldn't mind testing this. This is fine. There we go. Yeah, that'll work. That'll be easy. We can make that. I can just copy this. I want higher fidelity colliders. Now, there is a little bit of a trade-off there. You know, I'm gonna make the collider basically an exact copy of this, but broken into pieces, right? Now, when you do something like that, guys, the game is gonna have to render all those faces. So Kerbal parts really like around 2,500. You don't want to go over 2,500 faces for a part in KSP. I suppose nowadays you probably probably doesn't matter. It was 2,500 faces 10 years ago. It's probably a little bit better now. I mean, considering that's GPU, right? But I mean, you still have to simulate. You're still gonna have to simulate the collider box, right? So. Yeah.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
All right. So what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna duplicate this piece. I'm gonna put it over here, and I'm gonna call it the collider box test. Just put that over there for a second. Yeah, call me Mike. I have a nasty PC. You'll be fine. But people, I've had 4 or 5 people already this stream ask me about downloading this. What about their PCs? All right, so I just did a mirror geometry command. Mirroring, well, does exactly what we do. It's like using the symmetry node in KSP, and it did merge vertices, so perfect. All right. Honestly, dudes, that's it. That's it. That's all we gotta do. Oh. You know what we should do before we do that? Before we do the mirror function? Let's go into our UV editor and at least get the UVs kind of figured out. The UVs are basically 3D mesh to tell it what, how the textures get applied to it. I'm probably just gonna paint them colors. Gantry cranes don't really have much texture. You just paint it, especially in Kerbal. Like, just paint it yellow. Like, just paint them yellow, and I'll just keep the edge flow markers on, and so it has some texture to it, and kind of go from there. UVing is the best part. Yeah. No.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Not really what I want. Hey, Tipsy. Let's try to do it on a cylindrical plane. All right. To really see what the heck we're doing here with our UV projections, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into render editors, hypershade. Oh, I already have it. I have the Phong UV. Nice. So watch, see the checkerboard? We apply the checkerboard and we hit 6, and there you go. Now this is a straight checkerboard texture. So with UVs, you obviously want it to look like a checkerboard. Does that look like a checkerboard? Nope. So some of this projection was good, but not all of it. So what I'm gonna have to do is select these faces and try to see if we can project them on a planar map. And then obviously the swirl is, you know, that's lovely. The tapered edge, we can probably planar map that as well. So let's go here. Let's go to create planar map on the x-axis. Bingo. There we go. So now we go over here. We select our. We got to go to shell. To UV shell. There we go. Winning. Right? And now, so that's the side edges, right? We might want to do a planar map over the x-axis for these ones too, just to get it right. Now, like I said, this is just in case we want to texture the damn thing. I am just gonna paint the thing crane yellow and kind of call it a day. Like, are these the most optimized UVs around? No, but it's Kerbal, so not a big deal. The key is to get all the checkerboard squares to be more or less the same shape. Now these, that's the inner part of the... Oh, nope, don't want that. Now you're just showing off. This would have taken you 3 hours? Sorry? Question? All right, now what we can do is select all this. And then we should be able to do a fit command here. Optimize? Yay. Nope, don't do that. G3PO, you turn 50 tomorrow, you need to be launched into space.
Go and throttle up.
Yep. Checkmate. What's up, dude? Almost looks like a Dejarik board. Because a droid ain't known for pulling people's arm out of their sockets when they lose. Wookiees are known to do that. We could give it an automatic command. Oh, that's actually not bad. Can't you just mark the seams and have it automatically unwrap? I don't know, can you? Honestly, you guys, this is pretty much fine. Like I said, this is a relatively small piece. Like, if you want to look at the hinge, like that right there, that's a G11 hinge in Kerbal. This is a tiny freaking piece. It's really, really small. It'll be one of the smaller parts in KSP. Like, that's my hinge piece. See what I'm talking about? This thing's gonna be tiny. Like, it's not as big as you think. But, so here's what we're gonna do now. If we go over here and we do a mirror option, right? Select the mirror tool, right? Now the UVs are going to be overlapping left to right. But unless we're going to do an asymmetric texture here, it don't matter. We're not doing an asymmetric texture. This is just going to be straight up painted yellow. That's it. Yeah. And I have some ideas for what I want to do with the wheels, like, but that's pretty much it. All right, there we go. So what I'm going to do here, we have our piece. It's nice. Pretty good. Move the ruler out of the way. All right, now we got to make gliders for it. That shouldn't be too hard. Take our original piece. I'm going to freeze its transforms right where it is. And then we'll take the original piece, move it back to origin point, right? Actually, something I'm kind of worried about is that these parts might not be thick enough. Let me see it next to the hinge again. Might work. Hey, Red. Okay. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to duplicate this 3 times. We're going to make 3 different collider boxes. The first one is going to be the hinge piece itself. So we're going to go into faces, right? We're going to go here, select everything but that, get rid of that. All right. That's collider 1. Let's see. Collider box 1. All right, so we take that, freeze that thing's transforms there. All right, so that's the first piece of this. Move that over there. Now we move this piece back into its origin point. And what we got to do with this is, like I said, this is all about cutting stuff up into convex pieces. Let's go that, just like that. That right there is hit box 2. Collider box 2. Freeze transforms. Move that piece out there. Now take the third piece. Go back here like this. That's going to be the center cylinder shape, right? Go in here, go to faces. And before I do this, just duplicate this piece one more time so we have a backup, just in case. Go here like this, go there, boom. That's Collider Box 3. Now, I sliced it up because Kerbal can only understand convex parts, no concave edges with how the Collider system was implemented. So if I slice these parts up into 3 pieces that make convex pieces, we can assign the Collider boxes to them in Unity and we can get this piece belted out pretty dang fast. See, when you put them together, you get one box. So Mutter, you said make this one a little bit longer. If I take the vertexes and we go have it overlap, probably would be better for it. There we go. Red, thanks for the raid, man. How are you? Just chop them up into pieces. There you go. That'll work. From taper to taper instead of having it mirrored. That what you want? I'm getting to that, dude. See, watch. So it's Collider Box 3. Now watch this. We duplicate this piece. If we rotate it 180 degrees around, or, you know, just don't duplicate it. Duplicate the piece, rotate it like that. Collider Box 4. Now take this piece, duplicate that. Collider Box 5, 180 degrees around. Boom. There you go. There's your wheel. Nice cap. Where does this come from? Bieber? Axel 1 has the Collider Box 2. I don't understand what you guys are saying. Like, any of you. No reason to have 2 Colliders next to each other. Yeah, no, I was always going to do that, dude. I was just going to mirror duplicate it and delete the edge, but you could just change it. It's not a big deal. 3 and 5 could probably be a single one also. If you really want to optimize. Those got to be different. Collider Box 2, Collider Box 4 have to be different. Yeah, Mutter, if we wanted to combine these into one piece, yeah, we could get away with that. That's fine. Box 7 was still picking up a transform. Cool. Go there. Freeze transforms on those. Box 2, delete history. Freeze transforms. Freeze those transforms. Delete history by type. Okay. We can hide this in a layer 2 called extras. All right, I'm just keeping organized, that's all. Okay. This part's ready to go into KSP, but we're not going to get very far if we just make this. It's just a freaking wheel. It's not going to do us any good. What we need to do now is make all the pieces that go with it. So the clevis piece would probably be a good one to start. A good place to start. So I'm going to make a new... Create a new layer here. We're going to call it Crane Wheel Hitbox. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go into my crane wheel group. I'm going to take the 3 collider boxes. I'm going to add them there so we don't have to see them. So they don't overlap and create a crazy amount of Z fighting. The other thing I'm going to do, because that part is basically ready to go, we're going to delete the history, and then we're going to freeze transforms on it so its origin point is at 0, 0, 0. I wish I was as clever as EJ. What do you mean? So, if you've made this and it's circular, does that mean you can fix the wheels in KSP from having square hitboxes? If I knew how to mess with PhysX joints, Red, sure. But what my plan, dude, here, look. My plan is to just make the wheel piece, right? Make a holder for it, like a clevis for it, and then make an attachment piece on the side here. And the idea is that you take a rotor in KSP, you mount it, you take the rotor piece, you mount it on the clevis piece, right? And then you can node it, you'll be able to node attach the wheel part to it. And then same vessel interaction, boom, there you go. There's a wheel. That's the idea. The big thing with all the parts of KSP is that they have suspension. I don't want suspension on my wheels. But yeah, in terms of fixing the landing gear gliders, I don't know. We'd have to decompile the landing gear. I'm not sure. Not sure I'm smart enough to know how to do that. But I could. I mean, I'm sure we could figure it out, guys. Yeah, so it's like, Red, I don't know if you ever saw my hinge reinforcement bracket. So, like, look. So see, I made a piece like this, right? And what you do is you take the hinge, take a G11 hinge, right? You attach it, and then I have a top part, and then you attach that to the top of the hinge, right? If you go here, same vessel interaction, and then you mess with the hinge, take a look. See? It's a reinforcement piece for the hinge. This is absurdly strong. It's not unhinged, no. But I made it look like it belongs with the hinge. I kind of sat here and stared at the textures and put the seams in the same spots, etc., etc. So the hinge will never drift. Same vessel interaction is going to lock it back into the same place every time. It won't drift. And I'm making a crane that's going to do the same thing. How did I not know you'd done this? I need this. Okay. Oh, nice, Wartos. There you go. An active link to the Discord. There you go, Blender guy. Give it a second. It'll pop up. There you go. I never released the damn thing, but yeah. Soon. I'll figure out, dude. I've had these ideas for a little while, Red. The other thing I would like to do is build a casing for the hydraulics. I'd like to build a casing for the hydraulics, so, well, give me a second. I'm finding the right picture. Because if I build a casing that works off same vessel interaction, right, and prevents it from drifting, any questions? I can make whatever, Red. I'm a 3D artist by trade. I'll make whatever you want. You can make whatever. Like, it's really not a problem. Question, what are those dots? That's the website. I can make telescoping cranes. Heck, dude, we could make lattice cranes. I'd have to kind of figure out a custom docking port. But lattice cranes are doable, sure. Shouldn't be too hard. Make the modular cladding part so you can make buildings. All right, so we have our wheel piece. Let's work on the clevis piece. So what I want to do is go to the hinge clevis layer, right? See this thing? I already have the gliders because I chose to make it the same diameter. So I'm going to go in here. And we are going to part out some of the hinges. So first of all, give me the clevis piece. Let me duplicate it, take it out of that, put it in a different group, and then let me remove it from the clevis layer, remove a selected object. All right, cool. Now we have this. This is the wheel clevis. All right, let's... This needs to be in a different part, a different group, so... Oh. It needs to be independent of the crane wheel, right? crane wheel clevis. All right, we're gonna start messing with some stuff here, okay? I'm going to take the clevis collider group. We're going to duplicate it, and I'm going to move it to the crane wheel group. Over here, go over here, take this piece, move it out of the way. Hinge clevis collider group. Remove. Bingo. There it is. Now look. These are individual collider box pieces, right? They're individual pieces to make the ring. That's going to make the piece that this will move on. Now, once again, I decided to make it the same diameter as that hinge piece that I just showed you in Kerbal. The reason why I decided to make it the same diameter is because I know that works. I know it works. So use it. But we're gonna need to start modifying these pieces, right? We gotta take these pieces and we're gonna need to move them in and hope that I made it the right size. I did. I'm gonna change that transform pivot point to right there. That will work. It's a pretty tight tolerance there. Now go with these ones. Good. All right. So those are the collider boxes, okay? So wheel clevis collider group. All right, now take the piece that we had. Now we got to modify this piece. So thanks, Casual. I'm glad you like it. Now we just got to shorten this piece up. So watch this. I'm thinking about how I want to do this. You like it? All right, cool. Now this is already UV'd, so we don't want to screw with it too much. I already did the textures, well, the UVs for it. If I try to go around, watch, guys, if I try to move like this edge, for instance, right? We see to move that, watch, see it deforms the squares? We don't want to do that. But you can cut UVs. So what I want to do here, insert an edge loop right there. Go there, select the edge loop, watch, and move it right onto origin, and that did not deform anything, okay? So now, watch this. Let me just check the UVs for this thing before we go any further. Windows, modeling UV editor. I duplicated. All right, cool, easy peasy. See that? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Go over here. Go here like this. Adjust the pivot. Nope. Adjust the pivot point to origin, right? There we go. Now we take this piece and we go back into our polygonal mirror tool and boop, Nope, wrong axis. Didn't work. Fine, we'll do it this way. That's the piece that I need. Okay. But it's registering it's registering it as two pieces, which is not what we want. What we need to do now we need to combine these into one mesh. Combine into one mesh. But that doesn't mean, see, look, it's still not one piece. So that we need to sew these vertices together, and we can go with a merge vertices command right there. And now we've sewn the vertexes together and they move as one. Now that is truly one piece. And the UVs aren't going to screw up too much, guys. The reason why they're not going to screw up is because I cut them out of the old shape. So there you go. There's your wheel clevis. There it is. There's your wheel clevis. I know. That's great. Look at that. That's your wheel clevis. It's great. I know. How would you merge two geometries if there are too many edges to manually sew? There's a mirror command that you can use, Jordis. That'll do it. Now what we got to do with this piece is that there's merge commands done on it. So if we see, there's still transforms over there. If we go in here, we go in there, we delete by history, boom. And then we still have our collider box group right there. The last thing I got to do is make a collider for the hold. So what I'm thinking, these ones, the ones that are on real gantry cranes, this is NASA's crane. It's kind of a two-truck piece that holds two wheels. It might be better if we did that way, just like they did. I can make this. It's not that's not that big of a deal. Hey, Chris. Yeah, I can do that. Why does NASA make it two? It's not NASA, that's just the gantry crane's design. You spread the load over two wheels. See, I have a one holder there. We can make it two. It's not that big of a deal. Gonna have to modify some things. I can make it look more like this. I just don't want that right there. It's gonna have to go the whole length of the wheel like what we're doing right now. We also got to build a mount for the rotor as well. That's another important thing. So this, yeah, it's a good idea, but I'm thinking about how I want to do this because we also got to build the spot for the rotor to attach, dudes. This is Maya. Maya is what I'm using. How will you model the ropes? I won't. Just use a bunch of hydraulics stacked on top of each other. That works. It works the same. Or we could look into making cable. I have no idea. Anyway, hey Chris, how you doing? Because in our part diagram, I have a piece that's attached to the sides here where you can mount the rotor piece. You can build custom items for Kerbal? I can. Yeah, sure. I'm thinking in my head how I'm going to make this, because you know what, dudes? I'm going to kiss it goodbye. Let's get rid of that piece that I just made, unfortunately. I'm thinking about how I want to make this, you know? Hey, Zelios, what's up, dude? So before somebody gave me the hinge model from the game, a decompiled G11 hinge, I have no idea where I got that, and I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to get it, but if I could decompile the rotor, I could make this easy to do. I can make it really easy to work. I figured Mutter, but I didn't want to presume. You know what I mean? Can you know, like, maybe get me the 32 standard? You just let me re-download KSP. Alright. If I can get that, then I can make this shape a lot better. You're giving these parts to the KSA devs when done, right? I don't know, man. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, guys, I've made just, you know, we can save this. We'll save where we're at right here. And I'll show you. I've made all kinds of stuff. You guys don't know what I'm about, son. Here. Want to see what your boy's done in the past. Now this was never released. I didn't want to do that. But here, look. Want to see something cool? Want to see something even cooler? Watch the nozzles. This is Maya. These are the collider boxes, yes. I don't know, drummer. I have no idea. It's like Atlas upper stages. How's that? Pretty good, right? Why not make the collider boxes identical to the model? It would screw your performance, Jordis. Yeah. That looks familiar. Bearings. Pants. Atlas pants. There's like Atlas pants. And then there's an Atlas CCB over here. But yeah, that's I've worked on other things too if you guys want to see some cool stuff. Oh, there's new test parts. That's what we're working on. Maybe? No. That's not, yeah. Ah. Neat. Cool. That's not the right parts, though. That's not really the right part. Let's try that one. Yeah, there it is. There we go. That's pretty neat. I don't know, maybe, mate. Z-can blocks. No, not with this. Not with this stuff. It's actually an absurdly complicated shape for what it is. But it is cool, man. Now, this thing is pretty sick. Take a look. Because if we go in here, interior.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's the only time I've actually ventured in and tried to make an EVA or IVA. It's really, really difficult. Well, look, a Buran, you shut your filthy freaking mouth, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
But anyway, let's get back to the parts we're working on. All right, back to the hinge. You know how fast you were going? 65, 63. Officer, isn't the speed limit 65? Yeah, it is. Hey, EJ, was the Russian shuttle not a 4-seater cockpit? I know that American one was 4-seater. It's configurable. You can put as many people, you can put up to 4 on the top deck and up to 4 on the lower deck. Hey, Hunter. Just finished your Starship we were working on in KSP. I posted some pictures in the KSP channel on your Discord if you want to look at them later. Sure. What do you think of the non-crew variant proposed for the space shuttle that was supposed to get cost down? The Shuttle C. It exists. All right, let's think. How do we want to make the double track? That should work.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, that'll work. How's the modeling going? It's just fine. What am I watching? I don't understand. I'm making crane parts so I can make my crane work in KSP so I can build rockets outside of the VAB. See, I have a crane here. It works, but it likes to break. So I'm just gonna make my own parts and I'll make my own gantry crane. So I decided we're gonna make that. Or at least something like it. Neat, huh? So I'm in Maya here, and we are building wheels for our crane. I make American crane parts for American crane operators, because virtually that's what I am and that's who I care about. Coming up with this glider box piece is gonna suck. Stop, break it, drunk on me, use a bucket to ice down your arbles, your Z. I make crane parts for the American working man, because that's what I am and that's who I care about. No North Korean parts? No. No, those are over at your mom's house. Ow. How much weight was the crane designed for that you are modeling building yours after? 175. Just thinking about which part, Mutter, we need the EM32 standard rotor. That's the rotor that I want to attach to the side, dude. And then I want to make the wheel attach right here. You know? Before I go any further, I need the rotor, I need at least a shape of the rotor so I can start modeling the truck piece for it. These are the gliders, and the gliders will do us just fine. Or we could just keep it simple and just do something like that and call it a day. Yeah, SpaceX put a 420-ton crane in the Gigabay. That's correct. So I'm kind of waiting on the parts that I need. But those are the gliders. These are at least the gliders. And I wanted 1 meter spacing here. So in-game, guys, if we have 1 meter spacing, right, that'll look... like that. The wheels will be that far apart from each other. That's perfect, actually. Yeah, that'll work. I just need to make the mounts for the rotor pieces, because we're going to use some of the rotors in the game to make the wheels pivotable. I'm going to... the wheel piece, that one, is going to be attached to the rotor. I know what I want. In the meantime, what are we gonna do? Are you going to use the suspension truck? I'm going to make a rail piece for this, Nickba. Yeah, we'll make the rail. I'll make a rail piece that goes with it, so it doesn't move. And these pieces are going to be made out of steel. So they'll be super strong. They won't get Kraken struck, at least not a lot. You'd really have to break it if you wanted these parts to get struck. So will each axis of the crane be a separate craft? Negative. No. With my crane design here, with the stock crane design, right? What I have is hydraulics that push the whole track mechanism, right? I'll still do that. So the crane will still all be one piece. There's another that's going to get pushed left to right. And that's still going to be a thing, but instead it'll push it on its wheels so it doesn't move. And the crane will be absurdly heavy, so it won't move around. Or at least it shouldn't. I'll still do this same thing. And even my up-down axis is just a bunch of telescoping cylinders on top of each other because I don't have Kerbal attachment, nor I want to try to do this without it. All right, so let's go in here like this. Put this in the center. I need to put a loop in there, right there. Looks like it's always not horizontal. I know. Any chance that the fairings are binding on the rails? Bridge cranes usually use a drive shaft or stepper motors to synchronize the bridge travel. That's competing. That's something that's going on, sure. Fortunately, I'm gonna have to remake some of the gliders for this, so because I want a different shape, so we're gonna have to scratch build it, which kind of sucks, but that's okay. You know what? Pen to polygon would probably be a better tool here. we go. So I'm making the crane truck piece, dudes. It's a cassette tape, yes. All right, so what I'm doing here is I'm putting two edges, right, that are on the origin point of the pivot here, right? So we made this nice kind of L-shaped block, right? It's okay, it kind of looks nice. Let's just add some stuff to it to make it not look like a pile of doo-doo. Anybody here familiar with chamfering in machining? You can do a chamfer vertex command in Maya, right? We go to that. Boom. Oh. Let's go mess with the tool. You can put a chamfer on it. Didn't like that. I don't like that. I don't like how it did that. I saw it, Ator. Yeah, I have it up there. They brought down the SQD. Thank you, Butter. Score. All right, watch this, dudes. Did I break it? No, we're good. Let's go over here. Import with options. Import. Thank you, Mutter. Perfect. It came in at 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter, so I had to scale it up 100 times to get the right scale shape. And there we go. Now we have a rotor. So I want the wheel piece to attach to the rotor piece, right? So we have to build the bracket to make that happen. This is what this is going to look like in Kerbal. Gonna have one rotor, then move this one. Yeah. Excellent. Perfect. All right. I don't like how that piece came out. There. I just have the rotors in place, right? And they're not selectable now. I put them on a separate render layer. All right, so what the heck do we want this freaking piece to look like? And how the frick did I make the colliders for the hinge? I must have made a toroid. It must have been toroidal. That's the only explanation there. All right, duplicate this piece. We have to cut this up. We have to duplicate it. We have to combine it and do a bunch of other things. All right, so duplicate this piece, put it over here, move it 1 meter off so it should be lined up with the right diameter. It is. All right, cool. Excellent. Thanks for coming out. All right, go here, delete half of it. Now that piece needs to be, the ear piece needs to be just like that. That's the perfect clearance, right, Clarence? Perfect clearance, Clarence. All right, we can get rid of the other piece now. All right, so let's do this. I'm thinking about how we want to make this happen. All right, you know what? I'm just going to make something. Screw it. So delete this face right here. Go. Actually, don't. You know what? Don't delete that face. Take this face, right? And if we use the scale tool, right, on the x-axis, we can make that face flat. See that? Scale over the face. Face becomes flat. Makes it a lot easier. The reason why it makes it a lot easier is because we can use face extrusion here. Well, I'll show you what I want to do. So this is on a center pivot. All right, I want to change the pivot point of this whole thing to the center pivot of the wheel, right? And then you sent the EM32S as well. Oh, thanks, Mutter. Big help. Appreciate you. All right. Let's duplicate this piece and move it on the z-axis, move it 1 meter out, because we know that's right. And now we can sew these damn parts together. Just thinking about how I'm gonna do it. Because we still need a mount piece for the rotor. That's important. I can, XJ, yeah. I'm thinking yeah, I can sew them together, dude. That's not a big deal. Thinking about how it's gonna look with the rotor pieces. So I'm just gonna do a quick exercise here. Let's insert an edge loop and just do kind of a small block out here. Face, right? Extrude these faces up like that. And, you know, we can find in 3D space where the rotor mount piece needs to be. And like this outer piece, we can, I don't know. We can do something like that to make it look cool. Just make it look a little bit different, right? To this piece. So once again, take this. We want to duplicate it, move it on the z-axis +1. Right? Now what we do I loaded my dishwasher today. What did you do? Just made some custom parts for Kerbal. I don't necessarily want to make the second one just yet. Yeah, Crow, I've heard about that. Okay. Now let's get this part right into the center, on the center line, so if we go to mirror, it'll work. Good. So now we got to combine the bogey into one piece, which means this is gonna look strange. Watch. Tedious? This isn't tedious at all, man. I've already made a part for KSP today. We already made one piece. These are just simple mechanical parts. They're not that big of a deal. It's just, you know, what I find myself getting hung up on is, you know, what's the best way to optimize this? What's the best way to do this? What's the best way to do that? There's 1,000 ways to do it. It's just like when you're working with metal, man. There's a bajillion different ways to get something done. No, that's not right. Don't want to do that. That's not good transforms. All right, now let's try a mirror function. Nope, wrong axis. Mirror over X. Oh. The frick? What the hell's that about? Let's go. Now let's try it. Nope, didn't like that. Mirror over Y. Nope, didn't like that. Mirror over Z. Look, all I want is for you to do that. I don't like inverse scaling objects though like that. That's not cool. Ah, there we go. We were in the wrong axis. No problem. There we go. That's what we want. Why is it missing 3 faces? I cut them out. Yeah, so what I'm building right now is something somewhat analogous to that thing. Now, I won't be able to do, I don't want to do this because that's shoring up the hinge collider, and I don't want that. That would be bad. We don't want to do that. But I just also don't want to make it look like just a big box, you know? But then again, this will work. Now, if we do a mirror command over the z-axis, nope. Mirror negatives. This is nuts. How did I not know this? How long has it been a feature to import models? As long as the game's been out, dude. Yeah. I'm not that far. I haven't gotten that far spoiled. There we go. Hell yeah. Are you gonna model the motors too? No. Why would I do that? I'm just gonna use the rotors that are in game, dude. Up to Mars. I'm just getting rid of extra faces that we don't need. We don't need all these. That's just extra geometry. Unfortunately, that's leaving me with a really weird face right there. That's Maya, dude. That just happens in Maya. Oh, no. What the? Get out of here, Windows. Well, there's the skate part. It's upside down, but there it is. This is gonna be a weird piece. There's gonna be a lot of strange spots where we gotta attach things. But that's all right. Don't mention Blender. How does Maya compare to Blender? I don't know. I don't use Blender. Don't know, brother. Okay. Now we have to UV this. That's gonna be fun. No. If it's modeled, what does the geometry matter? What about the top polygon? Same story as the bottom. I don't understand what any of you guys are saying again. What do you mean? Guys, having tries here is okay. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it too much. You're changing the geometry lines on the model. Do more lines mean more to process? Yes, but you also you want to try your best to make everything in quads. You want polygons. You don't want tries. Tries are okay, but you want everything to be a square, or well, four-sided. There's just some weird edge flow going on here because of the holes. That's going to make it a little, you know. I could probably optimize this even more. It's not very well optimized. This is just geometry optimization. You don't want, like, see these loops? All these loops are here, right? And if you can delete an edge, right? If you can delete an edge and it doesn't change the geometry, like it doesn't change the shape, then what use is the edge? But the problem is that you also want everything to be four-sided. It's a balance, kind of like part count, dude. Everything, you really ideally want everything to be four-sided in polygonal modeling. So like stuff for video games. The rendering software that it uses will be better when it's tessellating, when it tessellates quads into tries. Long story short, the game likes it better. Unity likes it better if you're in quads. Now, there's no quads. There's trying to think how we could make quads out of this. I'm sure there's a way to do it. This is just geometry optimization, dude. You got a weird 4-vert poly. There's... Yeah, I know. I know. I made the shape first, dudes. That's all. It's combining these cylindric pieces that's really screwing me up. That's how we're gonna do this. Watch. One, two, three. Yeah. All right. Sweet. See that? Much cleaner. Much cleaner. So, like, edges and polygons, guys, to a video game are like part count to Kerbal. The more polys you have, the harder the GPU is going to work. And Kerbal is no exception. But on top of that, it has to physically render the colliders. So you got to be very careful with this stuff. The more we optimize now, like if we're building something big, right? Like, if this is part of a much bigger mesh, right? The more optimization you can do here, the better. Might be able to just delete that edge and extend it. Yeah, there we go. Bye-bye. Get my multi-cutter out again and have that go right to the corner. See, now these are all four-sided. Much nicer. See how much nicer that looks? That's a lot cleaner. We cut probably, I don't even know how many faces we just cut out of there. Now the thing is, we got to see if we can get in here and do it. I don't think we can do it anywhere in here. Yeah, we can. One, two, three, four. There we go. If we were doing character modeling, this could potentially screw up edge flow, and it would be tough to rig this particular piece, but we're not. These are just basically steel parts for KSP, so it's not that big of a deal. Good. That's actually really nice, and somehow it reminds me of the Pan Am logo. Whatever. What you cooking? I am making a skate for a gantry crane. See this piece right here with the wheels on it for a big crane? That's what I'm doing. Vika, Vitka? The reason why I want to do that is, I want to build my rockets outside of the VAB. So, like, if I bring a stage back down and we land it, right? I want to be able to go pick the thing up and put it back on a launch pad. Cranes. We like cranes. I can build one out of stock parts. Here's one. Here's a building that's made out of stock parts with some modded parts that I made. But the Kraken likes to get this. So I'm just going to make exactly what I need. Yeah, the crane is kind of big. It goes down there a little ways. It's designed for building shuttle stacks. Parts for what? Rockets? Are you a developer? I'm not a developer. I am a very, very hardcore Kerbal player. And I like doing weird stuff in Kerbal that nobody else is doing. So, what's a weird thing that nobody else is doing? Nobody else makes their own VABs, so I will. This is not garden variety Kerbal playing, guys. Let me be very clear about that. No. Love niche projects. That's where the heart is at. Hell yeah, man. So right now I'm just cutting up some parts in KSP to try and optimize the geometry a little bit more so we can get better performance. And in order to, oh boy, in order to do that, we got to get rid of as many N-gons, tries as we want. Yeah, that'll work. It's a weird four-sided, it's weird. It's a weird four-sided shape, but it'll do it. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Now, I should have done some geometry optimization, admittedly, before we kind of went and did this. Before I went and made the whole piece, but this is fine. How many YouTube vids did you have to watch to learn this? This is my, I went to school for this, dude. So my trade skill, I guess, if we're gonna call it anything. I was always been taught for modeling to do a spider web and focus on tries, at least for the hard surface modeling. Would you concur in that respect, or have I been taught wrong? I was taught that the tessellator software is will really prefer it if you're nice to it and give it quads, but you can give it tries too if you want, if you know what you're doing. What school do they teach modding Kerbal? I am a 3D artist by trade. I went to school to learn how to use CAD systems and computer animation programs like Maya. That's anywhere. You can learn that wherever you want. Or you could just use YouTube. YouTube's pretty easy. Or I could teach you. I can teach you how to do it. It's not hard. Look at that. We made a pretty damn complicated shape. Less than an hour? Actually, I've made 2 Kerbal parts in less than an hour. That one's already UV'd with collider boxes. We just gotta, I gotta build this. I haven't seen this menu before. I'm playing Kerbal, I swear. I'm making parts for it. I'm making parts to build an integration building. Wait a sec. To launch this, I want to reuse my space shuttles, or at least see what it takes to do it. UVs are, I'll explain that in a second, Jordis. Yeah, so this is a shuttle that's built in stock, but I want to build a launch pad for it. I want to be able to reintegrate. So I want to land my shuttle, right? I don't want to use this crane that I'm making to pull payloads out, put new payloads in, take the thing, turn it vertical, put it on a new tank, put it on a new tank with boosters, and then fly it again. I thought it'd be cool. I thought it'd be a cool project. I don't know. So this is one piece of, or 2 pieces of all the crane parts that we're going to make. So these wheel dowel pieces are supposed to go in here and in here. And then I'm going to use the electric rotors that are already in the game if you have the Breaking Ground expansion. And I'm going to make a mount point there and there for the rotor parts. So you attach the wheel to the rotor piece, right? And then in Kerbal, there's an option for same vehicle interaction in the part action windows. And these parts will collide with each other, and it'll be really strong. And the rotors will just govern your movement. But the dowel wheel and the clevis piece that we're making here will be absurdly strong. It's not going to break. At least I hope it's not going to break. It might break. I don't know. Who knows? No, I don't like that. I don't like what I just did. Right there. It's just like when we're metal fabricating parts for the coronet, guys. It's not hard. Now my UVs are really screwed up, though. So, you know, That's nice. Yeah, we should fix that. So, okay, what are UVs? Just in case anybody wants to know. All right, so I have a checker pattern texture that's being applied to this part. So that's the checker pattern represents how the texture will be interpolated, or how it will be put on the 3D geometry. If you notice, I have the wheel there. See, the checker texture looks nice. You can tell the squares there, right? But if you look at this, it looks like it's melting. That's a problem. We have to fix that.
Discovery.
This
go at
denotes
throttle
how
up.
texture data is going to be applied to the part. So, what we got to do is we got to go into the UV editor and we got to start putzing around with it. Some of this was right, but let's just see what happens if we do an automatic. Oh. Actually, not bad. Man, when I learned how to do this, there was no freaking automatic button. You see how it doesn't, the squares are square and they go in the square hole and they don't look like trash? See, that's no good. No, that's actually not too bad. I mean, honestly, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, I had to unwrap every single face by hand. That sucked. You know what? I'm just gonna paint the stupid thing yellow, to be honest with you guys. So that's not fully optimized, but it'll work. These parts aren't like stuff that we're gonna be staring at a lot. What is stuck in the middle? That's one of the wheels, dude. The wheels are designed to go into the circle hole like that, and there's supposed to be two of them right there and right there. That's how the part's gonna end up in KSP. See what I'm talking about? That's just at its origin point. It's all, everything, both parts are at kind of 0, 0, 0 right now. Well, this one isn't, but it can be put at 0, 0, 0. Note how the wheel piece also is okay. But yeah, guys, like crane parts, believe it or not, like they don't really have much texture to them. They have a little bit of a sheen. But they're all just painted bright yellow because OSHA. They're all painted this crazy construction yellow. So, fortunately, like these parts, you don't really need to do much texturing. They'll look okay. They'll look decent enough. Like, I'm more about, what I really want to do is get these parts into Kerbal and start testing them. So, I'm kind of being lazy when it comes to doing the right texture work. So, all right, bye. See you, buddy. I'm looking for the UV snapshot tool. And I have no idea where it is. I forgot. That's good. Sure, that's good for it. UV snapshot, there it is. This is the wheel clevis main UV. Crane wheel UV, line close. Okay. I'm gonna have to do more work to figure out where the exact where the node needs to be exactly to attach the rotor pieces. But it should get it close. This is Maya, guys. Clevis wheel. Yes, I'm using paint. No, I do not care. Is it gonna look like poo? Yeah, probably. It's nice, 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 nice. Yeah, we'll just put a bunch of EJ stickers on it, exactly. Save as... yeah, we could save it as a PNG. This is crane wheel texture, and it's in the Maya project. All right. Save. Wheel clevis. I got to do the gliders for the clevis piece too. Once again, this is not professional texturing work. This is doo-doo texturing work, but whatever. I like doing this because it shows the edge flow and it kind of makes a cool little placeholder texture. For now, it just takes like 2 seconds to just fill in all the blanks here. But this is very subpar effort texturing, let me put it that way. Because the reason why I'm doing it this way, guys, is because, look, I don't know if these parts are gonna work. They might work, might not, right? At least with this, dudes, it gives me kind of a starting point, and these it won't look stupid. It'll just look like it's not finished. But I really want to physically test the parts, and that involves screwing around with the models here, you know? Like a lot. So I want to put basically placeholder textures on these for now. Because if we put them in game and they don't work how we want them to, we might have to go back and modify the geometry. And if we have to go back and modify the dang geometry, then it's a big pain in the butt. Then we'd have to UV everything all over again. So I'm just putting on textures that are going to take me 5 minutes to do, right? And we'll go from there. And then, of course, I myself am not really the best texture artist either, but, you know, don't tell nobody that. It's fine. Good. We did it in Paint. Done. All right. Now what we got to do is we got to export these pieces as an FBX. Oh, I got to do the gliders. We can export the... we got to do the gliders first. So let's take this and move the wheel out of the way. And now we got to make a collision box for this thing that's going to hold everything together. Dowel glider box. Just digital yellow and primer. Yep. Wait, is EJ making models? Yeah, man. Copy that floppy. Put this down into the wheel clevis group. And then remove that. Move current selection from the glider box. Move that out of the way. Space news today, space news later, space news today. Yeah, it'll be at 5, like it always is. Yeah, man. I did topical, but that's for more advanced texturing, I should say. All right, see you, Sun Temple. Thinking how I did the gliders for these. How did we end up doing those? You know what? We don't want to half-ass gliders, man. That's not. It's not a good idea. I'm thinking about how I want to do it. There was a trick that I did. Yeah, something like that, Wirelord. It's 4 o'clock local, Don, so 57 minutes from now. Let's do this. Duplicate this piece. There goes the part creation. It's getting there. I'm just making a collider box for that, and it has to be pretty high fidelity, which sucks. So there's the base plate. This is brain clevis base glider. Now what we can do is copy this piece. Now, just a little bit of word here. You don't really need to worry about UVs with your clatterbox because they're not rendered. So, yeah, don't need to worry about it. Like that, I just sliced up that part that I spent all that time making right. There we go. Now it's just making this. This is gonna suck. All right, Panta, you're off to play Tarkov. Bye-bye. Is this meta Kerbal? Yeah. Will this crane use cables? Not initially. I don't have any plans on using cables. I'll just use what I know works. I'm just thinking about how we can get this done fast. So I have that and that. It's just... Remember, Gliders and Kerbal have to be convex, so I can't just tell it to do this. It won't pick up that there's a circle there. It won't do it, so you gotta split it into a bunch of small pieces, which... sucks. Copy it. That's not gonna work. So this is like a hinge. It's that, but Kerbalized. It's the trucks for the crane, dude. I gotta make a rail for it and stuff, but I was trying to get it in here. Good, you love to test the Flight 13 live stream? Your actions are so good. Thanks, man. Hey, I'm just calling what I see, dude. I like what, you know, it's cool. It's neat stuff. I just got to do some trickery here to get these collider boxes to be right. These vertices need to be lined up, or else cutting this is not going to do it. Okay. This is gonna take a second, dude, so, you know, you got something to do. I'll be back. We'll, yeah, just give me a second. I got a workflow going. We're cooking. We're cooking, chat. I'm sure there's a better way to do it. This is the fastest way that I can think. So what I'm doing is I'm cutting up each piece into its own collider, right? And each one of these will act like, when we put it in Kerbal, what it's basically going to act like is a bunch of bearings around that hole. So whatever we put in it, it's going to spin real nice. It's going to spin really nice. Really nice. Like I said, you guys want to go put on a pot of coffee or something for Space News, now's the time to do it. This is the tedium of making high fidelity parts in KSP. It happens. Just gotta get. There we go. Boom, bam, crash, boom. Any update on when the car work resumes? Soon. My camera setup out there is kind of hosed right now, and one of my monitors died, which is why I haven't done it. I wanted to do it last week, but Yeah, like I said, I just gotta cut these stupid things up into a bunch of pieces. And that's how it'll basically, it's telling Kerbal to work like a bearing. It's not like a pretty way of doing things, but it's gonna work. And these gliders are horribly, horribly unoptimized, but that's okay because we need the high fidelity here. When I say they're unoptimized, I mean you would never make a glider box like this without the explicit intention of making something move like this thing does. Like I said, you want to go put on a pot of coffee or something, now's the time to do it. It's gonna take a second. But this is... Alright, just needed to make some modifications to the slice and dice. Did you do a Blender for Dummies stream? No. I don't know how to use Blender. I just know how to use Maya. Sorry. A Blender for Dummies stream for me would be about as useful as you doing a Blenders for Dummies stream, dude. Here we go. Quarter of the way done. You could be the titular dummy. It selects behind visualize, yes. We don't need that piece. Yeah, we don't need to use ZBrush in here, dude. Oh, man. That is ZBrush. Yeah, we don't need that. Hey, Span, glider. No, that's not going to do that exactly how we want, is it? Pick this group, we duplicate it. Rotate it 180 degrees. Is that right? Oh, it's Z fighting. That's it. There we go. Excellent. All right, so we can get rid of poop. We don't need that. So get all the main geometry. There we go. Done. All right. Yeah, self-synth. Hey, man, long time no see, dude. So there's all the gliders for that thing. Done. There. Save. Done. I'm having fun, dude. Yeah. Okay, crane wheel. Export selection as an FBX. Crane wheel FBX export. Yeah, include texture info. We don't want that. Export. Crane wheel.fbx. Export. Overwrite. Unsupported maps. Plugin does not support the following maps and will not export them. That's okay. Whatever. It's fine. Thank you for the show. You like modeling. Cool. Now to export this pile of doo-doo. That's fine. I'm wondering if I have to do this 60 times, or if we can just mass export. Yeah, I'll try it, whatever. No, there's no way that's gonna work. There has to be a way to do it all at once. Think you're good enough to make cables and winches? Nope. Nope. Out of scope of the project. I have no idea. Don't care. Let's try it. Screw it. It's the worst that could happen. Didn't like that, but it looks like it took. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even want to think about making winches or cradles or anything else but the parts that I'm working on, dude. That's a great way to get scope creep. All those other Kerbal projects that I just showed you before this never got finished. Never got finished because I was like, oh, we'll do this and we'll do this and we'll do this. No, I don't know. I just want to make a part. It's Maya stream has been super fun. Right on, man. I'm glad you like it. Like, I don't mean to come off like a jerk, guys. That's just it. Yeah. No. Yeah, I exported individually before, dudes. Wait, where the hell were we exporting? Hold on. Default Maya, okay. Hey, all right. Oh, it exported with the texture information. Why the hell did it do that? Two-minute video on multi-body export.
It'll be a quick tutorial on how to batch export assets from Maya from a single file. So what I want to do is I want to export this scene, but I want every object that is top level up here to be exported as its own USD file. So when I hit export, I'm going to do prop type. And the important options here is really batch export, and I can do references or payloads. I'm going to choose payloads, and I'm going to press move to origin. So what this is going to do is every group or mesh that is at the top level of my outliner is going to be output as its own USD file into this props folder. Those are then going to be payloaded into this main file here.
No, that's not going to do it. I might be able to separate it out in Unity, dude. Just... All right, now I got to go here. Where the heck did I... Maya Project's new KSP assets. All right, cool. Crane wheel texture. There we go. There it is. It's all right, Sea-Kraken. We'll figure it out. I'm not worried, dude. Keep it nice and clean. All right, so take crane wheel and now, because these are remove the mesh renderer, and that should allow me to it brought the group parts over. That's so stupid. There we go. Now, because these parts aren't rendered because they're a hitbox, we delete their mesh renderer on all three of them. There. Heads up / so you can plan. I got several links for Space News saved up. All right. KSP music, copyright free. Yes, but it sometimes gets claimed on YouTube, which is why I don't listen to it. Honestly, I think this is good. Texture format, PNG. Let's write it. It's looking for DDS, but will Ryan and Sawyer be on tonight during Space News? Probably not. All right, cool. I have to, unfortunately, we're going to have to write a CFG for this thing. Which is kind of annoying, but I guess we're gonna have to save that for part 2, guys. I'm gonna take 5 here, go grab something to eat, and then come back. So let's save our scene in Unity, save that out, and quit out of KSP. We'll start Space News here in a second. Yeah, I'm gonna take 10 minutes. I'm just gonna go down and check on Bree. No, I just got here, Spaceman. Well, Space News come back in 10 minutes. Relax. Actually, give me 20 minutes. We'll start at 1:15. Something like that. But yeah, that was some pretty good progress. I don't know if I like that hinge part, but gotta make the rail and stuff. And actually, you know what, dude? We'll just start Space News at 5:30 when we usually start it, and we'll go from there. So we're gonna do Space News. We're gonna do a Flight 11 recap, and I'll probably play some Battlefield for After Hours or something. Deal. All right, cool. Greetings, Professor EJ. Shall we play a game? Flight 11. I said Flight 11. You know what I mean. Shut up. You know what I mean. We can recap Flight 11. You don't sit here like you wouldn't like that either. Shut up. Bro, I could review a giraffe taking a dump, and people would be like, nice. I would make that educational. Probably not, but pretty hot in these rhinos. You know? Pin a message for those waiting. People can't be bothered with reading Nick Paw. I'll leave one, though, but yeah. I'd actually be curious to see that. I don't think you would. You know? No, I'm not sure that would be the case. Anyway. Okay, so that's going to do it for part 1 of this crane modeling here. And, yeah, I'm going to jog the YouTube VOD. We'll put on a video or something for, on the Twitch side of things. And I will see you guys in, I don't know, about 30, 35 minutes, okay? Thank you very much for watching. Stand by for Space News, but I'll put on a video too, so I'll be back.